So this marks the beginning of my commentary on chapter 21 of the Proverbs. Now I was thinking that I'll take a departure from tradition here. Instead of reading every single verse at the outset, I'll probably take it one verse at a time. Usually these episodes, or the chapters I should say, end up in 4 or 5 episodes, so reading it once over in the beginning probably isn't all that beneficial. Now, having said that, I certainly will read each and every verse. And like many episodes before, usually I go over a verse many times. So let's begin. Chapter 21. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of water. He turns it wheresoever he will. Okay, so a strange verse at the outset. You know, it's funny how the book of Proverbs changes and evolves over time. The beginning seems quite repetitive. And perhaps there is a repetitive nature that is throughout the Proverbs. This is something that I've talked about before. I think that there is purposefulness. There is a reason behind it. Often when there is a verse, whether it be verbatim or quite similar to another verse, it is another opportunity to reflect further. It is as if a word on a page is bold, or it is in italics, or it is underlined or highlighted. So let's begin by examining the first half of this verse. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord, as the rivers of water. So we have a few symbols here. We have the king's heart. We have the hand of the Lord. And we have rivers of water. That last one is a bit interesting, rivers of water. Like you can have a river of something other than water. But we'll come to that in a moment. So let's begin by discussing the king's heart. Now, probably about 2 episodes ago, I spoke at length about the king and his position in society. I believe it was probably verse 26 of chapter 20 in which this came through. But I think it's worth going over again, perhaps to not the same amount of detail, perhaps a greater bit of detail. We will see. But in any case, the king. What can we say of the king? Well, the king is a person that sits in a particular position in society. But what does that mean if we say a position in society? If I were to ask myself, well, what position are you in? I can answer that question in a few different ways. I can say that currently, physically, I'm in the seated position. I'm currently seated such that my lumbar spine is laterally flexed to the right. I am leaning on my left elbow. I am preferencing my weight towards the left side, left lower extremity. This is my physical position. I could further that physical position by saying where I am within my room. I could further that as I zoom out again. I could say that I am in a particular place in a particular building. A particular place in a particular building in a particular town, and so forth and so on. I could switch dimensions, and I could say that my position, or rather I could say that my answer to that question of where am I positioned, or what is my position, I can take the occupational route. And I could say that I am this occupation. I am responsible for this. This is my position. Now, in that context, my position means that I am responsible for certain duties. There's a certain role that I have to play. I can yet again switch dimensions, and I can examine my position in a family, or my position in a relationship. There are many different ways in which I can define my position. And so we have this map that has emerged, that we have different dimensions through which we can answer this seemingly simple question. But the further question is, what exactly are we looking at? How can we orient one's position, especially relative to all of these different dimensions, as I call them? And much like a map, it certainly is not all that similar structurally to the landscape, and yet one can infer off of a map the way to go, how to find one's way. And so, it's a curious thing, this position, and this map that our position rests in. And I think I use the word map because the mind, with a lack of true understanding for all of the possible connections, all of the interrelatedness perhaps among the dimensions, perhaps all the dimensions themselves, and I'm not making some grandiose claim about physics. I'm making a conceptual claim about this map of understanding where our position is, and it involves what I'm calling dimensions. So again, what does it mean to occupy a certain position in this map? So if we were to imagine the map of the Earth, a map of the Earth, for some reason my mind goes to Christopher Columbus or Lewis and Clark as they were mapping out the landscape, taking geological survey, sociological survey, all different types of information that they put down to conceptualize this thing. On a map we have north, east, south, and west. This compass gives us some orientation to the map, to the Earth. Now, the idea of a compass is interesting. And much like position, I think we can move it outside of what we commonly associate it with. We could take some principles that prop up that thing that we call compass, and we can say, okay, what makes a compass a thing? And what solid principles can I use to build the compass on the map that my position is within? Now, the compass provides us with direction. Direction provides us with some understanding about the way in which we are going. The way in which we are going in this sphere it can be physical, if we're talking about the physical position, postural position. But in the context that we're talking about here, in the context of the king, we're not talking about a physical position. Although there are certainly many elements that are physical about the kingship many of them symbolic, like the king's throne, the king's staff, or the scepter, the crown. All of these sorts of things are material representations of that other dimension to signify the king's position. Now, the compass in and of itself doesn't give us information about where we ought to go. It just tells us where we are going. And so it has its own limitations. Much like the realm within the postural sphere, if we are to, or positional sphere, if we are to imagine a positional compass that doesn't just include the king, but it includes all of humanity and of the various different positions that people can occupy among the different dimensions, both physically, culturally, and so forth. We have this complex web that emerges. Exactly how we characterize it is difficult to say. Perhaps this interconnected web we can consider. It depends, I suppose. Our characterization depends on the criteria by which we choose to examine this map. There are many different kinds of physical maps. There are maps to understand the roads. There are maps to understand geology. There are general maps to understand broad areas of land. And much like that experience of the map that is related to the world, we have the map that is related to the positional sphere, and different types of maps to identify different qualities or aspects of that sphere. Again, the positional sphere. It doesn't have to be called positional. It could be called, I hesitate to call it the heavenly dimension, but there's certainly a heavenly component in there. And I say I hesitate because it's not purely just the heavenly dimension. There's many, what we might say, material aspects about this. And even that, even the language there, I'm not really sure if it holds, but nonetheless, we need not get distracted by our inability to define words. We can only reduce so much, and also all the while maintain some sort of intelligibility. So what if we said we chose a particular map of the postural or positional sphere that includes the king? What might that look like then? Well, it's not a particular political map that we're looking at, but it is certainly a map of human society, of human organization. Now, a further point to make relative to these maps: even if we have a specific map, if we zoom out too far, we may miss key aspects of what we're trying to examine. If we zoom out past the kingdom, we may miss the role of the king within his kingdom, because he will be shrouded within this web of kingdoms or other types of organization. While we may on a map be able to identify that that is his kingdom, we don't pay as much attention to it as if the map we were considering was his kingdom. So I'd like to draw our attention towards the map of his kingdom. And I wonder what this looks like. Now, I'm limited here by my own ignorance, I suppose, but I can certainly imagine enough to give us a general idea or a general springboard to move off of. It's not necessary to understand the exact structure of a monarchical society. It is enough, I think, for the purposes of this verse to understand and to recognize the general structure. That the king occupies a particular place, a particular position, a position of authority. And by virtue of his position, he is afforded certain types of action that are not afforded by other peoples within that kingdom, within his kingdom, perhaps we can say. And therein lies, I think, a key point, the difference between the king as a man and the king's kingdom, for which the kingdom can be said to be a conglomeration of the elements of the physical world, including the earth, all of the material, the physical bodies of the people that inhabit it, all the animals, and so forth, but also the minds of the people that are within it. Most importantly, perhaps I should say, the minds of the people that are within it. And his kingdom extends, I think, within and to the minds of those that are within it. And so the king, again, by virtue of his position, and by virtue of the structure of these types of societies, I think has an interesting spirit, perhaps, an interesting ability by virtue of his authority. His action is not just limited. It is not as narrow as one of his subjects. And we can compare perhaps his position relative to that of a common laborer. The common laborer, his influence, his interaction with the world is limited. It's limited in the sense that by virtue of his position, what he does, there is not a significant impact drawn across or spread across the map that is the king's kingdom. It is but a small piece. Now, I should admit, certainly, that the piece is important. It makes up this whole, it interacts with that network that is the kingdom. But we have to remember that we are talking about position. And the map that we are trying to envision is the map of position of a particular kingdom. Now this king, it could be said that if we were to identify the king as a node in a network among different individuals, perhaps we can visualize him at the center. Perhaps we can visualize him at the top. Again, there are ways to visualize this when zoomed out, and we can zoom out quite far. We could also zoom in quite close. But we ought not to do that at this point. So whether he's in the middle or he's above, it doesn't really matter. Perhaps we can depict the size of that node. Perhaps we can depict the structure of that node as a circle, and the size of that node is quite large based on that position. And here within this map, since I had mentioned that the position could be either in the center or on the top, those have some symbolic purpose. Both the center, I think, and the top afford a particular type of articulation among the various other nodes. If we would imagine the king being at the top, being quite a large node relative to some different and smaller nodes of varying sizes that make up the citizenry, the king is almost like a waterfall, or perhaps the beginning of a river that flows from atop a mountain as the snow melts. In this analogy, all of that water, the nutrition that is required for the plants that are around it, all of the various tributaries that are taken from this river, we can imagine that these may represent people, they may represent institutions, but the point is that the king has this pervasive quality, and that his action, his behavior, affects vast portions of this map, of this positional map. And this is not to say that the individual elements or nodes that are outside of the king are not important, or that they're not connected, or that they don't influence the king. They certainly do. But the point that I'm trying to illustrate here is the profound power, perhaps, that the king is afforded by virtue of his position. Okay, so now we have that map. We have that degree of understanding of the king's position. What can be said of the king's heart? It's another interesting symbol. It's a symbol that we see often here in the Old Testament, specifically here in the Proverbs. To this point, I have been describing the human heart as not a physical organ, which it is, but in the symbolic sense, more of a seat. It is the organ, perhaps it's the organ of mind, we can say, that is that aspect of the human being, that aspect that houses, or is, the seat of all of our feelings, our desires, this unique quality, perhaps, unique to the human being, or his particular makeup, the way that he experiences the world, the way that his self is integrated in all of this. Those feelings are undoubtedly an aspect of our experience, of our time here, of our life and existence. And the way in which these feelings are integrated into the rest of the human being, because the heart is but an aspect, it is an identifiable aspect, is interesting. Now, more than just interesting in the context of this verse, we have to correlate this to the king and his position, and then by extension to understand how that plays in to be held in the hand of God. So I think what is warranted here is a discussion on the heart. I try to unfold this a little bit and then connect it to what we were just saying about the king. Now, given that the king is a man, this makes it a bit easier, I think, to conceptualize. Easier in the sense that if we had at once believed the king to be anything other than man, then I think the conceptualization of his heart would be much more difficult. Now, his experience and his feelings, perhaps, are much more interesting to reflect on by virtue of his position, because of how expansive an impact that his feelings, and perhaps by extension his decision-making, has on the rest of the society. But let's set aside the position of the king for now, and we will return to it. So let's determine the heart. What is the role of the heart? Now, in previous episodes and many occasions, I have explored in some detail my ideas of the heart, and I've come to a few different illustrations. One illustration has to do with this little mechanistic adjuster. Now, this little adjuster is my sort of cute way of putting together what it must be for the heart to filter all of the various emotions. Of this little adjuster, if he belongs to the heart, or if he's just a worker within it, I think we can say that probably he is a worker within the heart, that he represents an extension of the will. This extension The will, perhaps we can say, is sort of like a spirit that operates within the mind. And this spirit has its little fingers and tentacles that runs through maybe different patterns of and groupings of neurons. Who knows what the physical structure of this is? And I don't think it really matters in the landscape that we are currently operating in here. However, the adjuster has a unique capacity, because he is that little thing that operates the industrial machine of the heart. And what I imagine him doing, much like a machine operator in a factory, or somebody that operates, maybe an engineer that's responsible for running a large operation in which inside a factory there are plenty of different components, plenty of different machines that do certain things, that all are integrated together such that the end product can be produced. Now, the adjuster's role is to take all of those feelings, those emotions, and those desires, and to direct them to turn on certain pathways or certain machines to produce certain elements of the end goal, whatever it might be, when it is appropriate, so that we feel sad when a sad event occurs, we feel elated and joyful when a joyful event occurs. That this adjuster, he has a unique responsibility of mapping our emotions onto reality and our experiences with that reality. Now, there are many times when the heart is just not completely in line with the experience that we are having. And I don't think it's immediately clear exactly how the heart should be in many different situations. Surely we can say that there are responses of the heart that are more than ought to be given a certain circumstance. Perhaps there's more of an emotional response to a particular stimulus, and if there's a greater emotional response that is necessary, well, what does that exactly mean before we even go beyond that? Perhaps we can say that if we have an emotional response that is more than necessary, but it would have to be more than necessary in the context of a particular emotion. So let's take frustration or anger. This is one of those that can be blinding. If we are talking about the Israel-Palestine conflict, that war, and we are unable to come to some conclusion with whomever we are talking to, this can be quite frustrating, especially given the truthfulness of arguments on both sides of the equation. It's hard to rise above all of that, to come to some greater understanding and be at peace with somebody else about a particularly divisive topic. But the point here is that the emotions get in the way of that process by which we come to rise above a potential disagreement. And this could be between two individuals or within one individual. Certainly, I myself have had the experience many times, perhaps every day, that there is some potential conflict that I have to have some solution to. What am I going to do today? Now, today is Saturday, it's a day off. When I woke up, the question is, what am I going to do today? Well, there's a series of professional responsibilities that I have, administrative responsibilities, perhaps, that I have to take care of. There is some more, I suppose we can call this administrative, but it's not in the sense of my occupation. It is more personal that might have to do or be related with insurance or general errands that I have to run, go to this grocery store and get food, or fill my gas with car for the week, or fill my car with gas for the week. Or it can be more existential in nature. Like, this may not be a good reflection, but at least it generally gets the point across that why am I here? Maybe there's a feeling of dread and of longing and of purposelessness. What am I going to do today to rectify that feeling, that melancholy? Perhaps there's a conflict in terms of what I do for a living. Is the behavior and my direction in life adequate? Adequate relative to what? How do I determine the answer to these issues? Now, of course, ultimately, there's the belief and there's the faith in the answer that is beyond. That is, you believe that it is there, but it is beyond your immediate comprehension. And the experience or the process by which you go to find that answer is worthwhile, and therefore the mind ought to be put at ease for the moment because you are engaged in the process of determining what the solution to that issue is. But if you don't believe that solution is there, then that whole experience is going to be quite rough, filled with anxiety, purposelessness, despair, whatever. Now, the adjuster comes in there to adjust the heart in such a way that the mind is able to find the appropriate emotions, not only to increase the salience for the road that they're on. And what I mean by that is to keep the mind, or that aspect, we could say the heart aspect of the mind that is engaged in wanting or of interestedness in the road that they are on, to keep the heart involved in the experience of something that is that the will, the extension, or the spirit that is connected to that little adjuster, the will that, and perhaps we could say the reason also, that desires to be on that road, that desires a particular outcome, that thinks it worthwhile. It's hard to live life if the heart doesn't come along with the experience. And so that little adjuster, his job is to bring the heart along, to facilitate and to filter the emotions through such that our emotions are in line with us. They're compatible with the rest of the aspects of mind that make up the self, such that we are content with the road that we are on in our experience. And if we are discontent, and perhaps this leads into the next aspect of the heart that I have discussed in detail in prior episodes, but that is the degree of agency that the heart has in and of itself. That there is an aspect of will, or perhaps an aspect of reason, or perhaps we can say an aspect of both if we want to separate them out into intelligible wholes of their own. But the adjuster, as I've said, is permeated by this spirit of the will, the directedness of mind, that the king, perhaps, that sits atop of the self that is the directing agent. That thing also permeates, that spirit also permeates the heart. And I think the level at which it permeates the heart is important, because the adjuster is more of a reasonable type of thing. That experience of having the reason control our desires and emotions, even if we feel a particular emotion, and yet we understand and we reason that we ought to temper our emotions, take a step back and reflect. That sort of is the action of the adjuster. On the other hand, there is more of a level beneath, in which the heart can be quite expressive without reason. And at times, when it's not unreasonable, that the heart seems to have this understanding that it ought to be active, that it ought to be stimulating the mind into understanding such that it acts like in situations of danger, for example, where not much reason is required there. It's just we need something quick, we need it now, we need the adrenaline, we need the energy to move. That could be because of an oncoming car, as we are driving. It could be because of a predator in the wild. It could be because of a potentially dangerous situation at night. Maybe someone has broken into our house, and we have been woken out of our sleep, and perhaps we don't know exactly what's going on, and yet the heart is active. It is filling us with this adrenaline. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that it's potentially dangerous. But because of that potential, we have to be diligent. And this diligence, I think, oftentimes extends beyond our reason. That we get out of bed, and then that we don't really think and consider that we have to analyze the situation in a particular way. The adjuster isn't there sorting through all the different aspects of that intense emotion. It is more, do this now, think about it later. And in that sense, the heart itself, I think, is permeated by the spirit of the will. And now this is different language, perhaps in scientific language, but it doesn't really matter. I think that the aspect or the experience of this is constant enough within my life that it could be generalized into a principle through this symbolic language. Okay, so we have these two qualities of the heart. We have its relationship to the adjuster, which is sort of an external relationship to the will. We can also imagine this as an aspect of something is related to the whole of that thing. And then we have the part of the heart that is, that the part of the whole that the heart is, right? Because since the heart is an aspect of the whole of the mind, of the self, whatever, again, we can imagine it in terms of its individual relationship to the whole, but also its connectedness to the whole. Now, it seems there's a little bit of crossover certainly there, but there is a bit of difference, and that difference is highlighted between the analogies or the illustrations of the adjuster and that of the independent will of the heart on the sort of, I almost think of it as like a primordial type of level. And when I say primordial, another word we can use is primeval, which would be something resembling of the earliest age of development or some primitive or raw elementary instinct. Okay, so we have these qualities of the heart. And again, the heart at its fundament, at least our identification of it, has been it is the seat of our feelings and our desires. So how can we incorporate this then into that symbolic structure, that map that we had outlined, for which the king is in a particular position? Now we're considering the map of positionality of the human race. The king here occupies a lofty position. By his lofty position, he is able to exercise certain powers. These powers, and by virtue of his position, permeate down. They trickle down, again, like that river that flows from the mountain, into the rest of his society, into his kingdom. It is not just his action, though, that is responsible for the being and behavior of his subjects. There is perhaps a lofty part of it, but his subjects also have agency of their own. It is not just that the river flows from the mountain, and that's it. Of course, the river articulates with many other aspects of the environment, and in this positional sphere, it is the position of man relative to one another, but also position of man relative to his environment, to the natural world, and so forth and so on. So, examining the heart from the position of the king I think affords us a greater reflection on the importance of his discernment, his judgment, but also how important his relationship, this might sound strange, but his relationship to his heart, or how well integrated his heart is with his identity, with the self, with the will. All of these words come up, and they're kind of jumbled. They're not. I suppose I should be more precise. Soul, I think, works in a certain context, but it is the base level. That it is base in terms of simpler relative to what's on top of it, which we can say the conscious experience. We can say it is all of our memories. And of course, it's not completely separated from the soul. It is one. The being is continuous with his soul, but there are aspects of the human being that can be modified such that we can say that of a man his soul can be saved or it can be damned. And we have to at least reflect on and imagine the potential scenarios in which that might play out. And I think for him to be saved, let's say, or for him to be on a path of damnation, he must either sacrifice bits of himself that are not like fundamental as the soul, because sacrificing the soul would be to sacrifice being. To sacrifice being would be death, or some vegetative state. And in the latter case, to be on a path of damnation, it is to have an aspect or a particular relationship to the world such that the will of man, that self-identification of man, and all of his conscious experience, the bits of heaven that he chooses to take in, he directs it in such a way as to corrupt and to blind, perhaps, but the underlying substructure of existence, that being and that potential that is wound up within the soul, still remains. Okay, so there's the soul. Now, I've mentioned the will and I've mentioned reason. And I think, if it's not too much to say, that perhaps there's a similar relationship between the will and reason. That is, the will is somewhat like the soul, in that it has this base level existence, that it is not completely free, but it is free enough to act within the certain constraints of the environment that it is placed in. Part of that has to do with the physical constraints. Part of it has to do with relational constraints. On top of that, we have our reason, which I think is an adjunct to our will. It is the thing that we use to direct our will, to guide it, or I should say, I think that's appropriate, to guide our will. And then the heart is the experiential element. It is the thing that gives life, we can say. It gives, it's almost like it is the drug of life. It gives the little subtle hints at what is good and what is bad. It is sort of that strange, primitive reward, punishment type of relationship and situation there. Now, no doubt I'm oversimplifying, and no doubt I'm making mistakes, but in general, I think that we have to have some framework in order to conceptualize these things. But back to the king and the relationship that he has with his heart. I think it could be said that if he has an appropriate relationship with the heart, the adjuster will be attuned such that his emotions will be in line with his will and his reason. He will feel appropriately during the appropriate situations. He won't be overly emotional to cloud his judgment. And it begs the question, well, what is the appropriate way? How is the heart to act in a given situation? I think fortunately it does a lot of the groundwork for us. A lot of emotions, even quite sophisticated emotions, come quite naturally. If we don't think about it too much, if we engage ourselves in a conversation with another person, or we spend a lot of time with another person, such that, not all the time of course, but eventually there arises certain experiences and types of connectedness that we wouldn't trade for the world, that they are memories of a lifetime. They're precious as a gem. And I say that because the heart it has this capacity, and I mentioned the innate capacity before as sort of a base primeval sort of thing. But now I consider that even without this strong reflective aspect, the desire for reason, there's a part of that, there's a chunk of that in terms of the totality of experience that misses that just soulful being, experiencing in the moment, not overanalyzing, just at peace with the situation that is happening. And no doubt, if there was an analysis given one of these situations, it would find something good, and it would have a good reflection on it. But there is something to be had about just the experience itself, and having the mind not necessarily overly analyze, but just flow into that experience. In some sense, it makes it much easier and much more enjoyable. Okay, so we have these two aspects here. So what was the point of explaining all of that? The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. This is the first part of the verse that we're still working on. So I think we have some conceptualization of the king's heart. Of the king, we have the position, we have an authority figure, some representation of man that occupies a certain sphere. That sphere we're talking about in connection to the map. The map is of, in this case, human interaction, human thought, conscious experience, being, all of this sort of thing. We can say that there is our principles of emergence and emanation here, the top down and the bottom up. Top down in the sense of the king and his decree, his order, his law flows down to his citizens. His citizens are the individual nodes that make up the kingdom. They participate with each other, but also adhere to the king's laws to reach some coherent whole. Now, we spent some time reflecting on the king's heart, as this is certainly a man, and of man's heart, how he can be deceived, how perhaps we can relate other aspects of mind to this symbol that we consider to be the heart. By extension, since we have outlined some language for understanding the symbol of the heart, then reinserting that back into the discussion about the king and his position in the network. But now, here comes the interesting part. It is the reflection on the hand of the Lord, or the hand of God. This is quite a lofty symbol. For if anything is in my hand, it means I grasp it. There is a degree of control I can say that I have over the object or the thing. When we say that we grasp something, we say that we understand something, or that we, in other language, we can say that we see it. Usually at the point of grasping a concept, we might indicate that we see something. And it's an interesting use of language to use that metaphor of the organ of the eye to extend that into the conceptual sphere, the abstract sphere. And I think that it's possible that there's a little bit of that going on here. That if something is within the hand, it's something that is certainly known. If something is in our hand, we don't have to look at it to necessarily understand what we hold. We have various receptors that are responsible for integrating information just by touch and by our assessment of how heavy something is and its texture and all of this sort of thing. It gives us a degree of authority. And I say that because the hands are tools. The tools increase our ability to act in the world. Increased ability to act in the world increases our power, I suppose we can say. And so, with all of these ideas of control, of belonging, of holding, of understanding, of perception, of power and of authority, how is this all integrated within the hand of the Lord? What does it mean for that to hold the heart? We have to remember this hand, and what we have just spoken of it, as it is an extension of that ultimate logos. And you can imagine the hand of the ultimate logos, the ultimate being, would be quite a tool. It would be quite an extension of mind. Those hands could accomplish great things. Those hands would be put to good use. There would be never a wasted moment with those hands. And so, at the outset, I had some difficulty understanding exactly why the heart of the king would be in the hand of the Lord. The more naive part of my mind likes to think that since the heart of the king is within the hand of the Lord, that means that the king ought to be just and righteous. But I don't think that that is the case. There are plenty of examples throughout history for which the kings have been anything but righteous or just. So I think it's neither prudent to discuss matters of righteous or unrighteous, good or bad, necessarily in this context. I think there is a better way to go here. Because I think the conceptualization of the hand that reaches in and that holds that heart of the king, I think it is too direct in some sense, not direct in terms of precise, but immediate in the mind. And I think because of its immediacy, it makes it more difficult to examine how it can fit in that way. Now, before we get to a thought that's on my mind, I would like to try and piece apart this rivers of water analogy or metaphor. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord as the rivers of water. a tough one. On one hand, we have the king's heart, the hand of God. We have the human realm interacting with the divine realm or divine dimension. We have a purely physical analogy. Rivers of water. But we do have rivers, and we have of water. Now, we could say, we can make the suggestion that a river could have something other than water in it. It could flow through it. It's not very common. We can have a river of lava, perhaps, or mud. Now, without the water, the mud probably would not run. So, it's difficult not to overthink the verse, but also it would be upsetting not to find a hidden gem somewhere in here. So if we were to ask ourselves, what are these qualities of the river of water that are similar? In the first instance, we had mentioned the king's position relative to subjects. He occupies a large portion of authority based on his position that allows him to exercise vast judgments, or lofty judgments, perhaps I should say, on his subjects. His mind and his heart are very influential in terms of the way in which that kingdom operates and thinks collectively. The irony is that I used the analogy of the river when I described the king's position and his influence. The river, as it begins at the top of the mountain, flows down. That's sort of representative of the king. As everything flows down, courses through the river, courses into the tributaries, that water is taken up by that surrounding area. It is used as food, nutrition for the plants, the animals. Even if the water doesn't permeate every aspect of the land, the interrelatedness of everything is such that the river has a fundamental position, perhaps we could say physical position in the ecological landscape, and that his role is fundamental. Now, there are various ways that I think I can go from here. But if I was going to say that in this way, God, as he holds out his hand, provides something similar for the king. Now, he would provide it for the king, but also for his subjects. He would provide it for all man, obviously. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean that what is provided, and I should just get to the heart of it here, I think that what the verse is implying is that we are prompted to view the network from a wider, a broader scale. Because at the outset I had illustrated and prompted us to consider the map of position of human relatedness, of human organization. And there are maps, I think, that we can imagine, that we can create, that involve all sorts of different types of interrelatedness. Now, we can have a map of all things, which would be quite complex and difficult to navigate. But if we are just to imagine the human being, the human species, and then we zoom out again, and what we are trying to determine as we zoom out, if there's anything else that's related in the sphere that is within the network of man and of conscious experience. And I suppose we can say, yes, there are plenty of things, but at the level of man, perhaps not so much. And his network may extend quite deeply to keep him alive into the earth, the material world, and his relatedness to other biological beings. But it seems that only himself does he find that level of sociability, that that prompts him to gather in groups of people rather than being completely solitary. There is something within him, and I'm not saying this to imply that there is this divinity such that he is, that makes him such a non-solitary being. Now, it is possible, but I think the main point here is that the mind, consciousness, no matter what level it finds itself to be, I think the first thing to recognize that it is something, it is being, it has an existence. And the question is, well, given its existence, given the network of the king to his subjects, where does that network of a particular kingdom fall in the network of all consciousness? And is it necessary at all for there to be this holding of our hearts, or the aspect of mind, such that it has to do with the fundamentals of experience between the interface of information received in the world and the assertion of value that the self decides on, we can say. That is, the heart is, even though we can be deceived by it, it is certainly a fundamental organ to man. This is something I've already discussed, how important it is to our experience, and how important it is that we have it aligned with our experience so that we can have faith that the emotions that we are feeling are actually appropriate for a given situation, and that we can more appropriately design or filter our emotions such that we can feel more deeply and more appropriately given certain circumstances. Now, whether or not we are complex enough to deserve a place in this map, or a significant place in the map, I should say, not just a place, but a significant place in the map, it remains to be seen. However, it is an interesting reflection to imagine that if we zoomed out far enough, that what we would find is that the network itself exists connected to some broader network. And it's possible that there are other conscious beings within the universe. And the thing that connects them all is the beginning of intelligibility, or it is the source of intelligibility. And what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean is that there is something that can be understood and comprehended. Now, at this level, understanding and comprehension is strange, because what does it mean for there to be nothing? How can one comprehend and understand nothingness? It would be impossible without intelligibility. Or in other words, if we think about the word understood We take the sort of connector route, and we take under and we take stood, and we consider that thing that is beneath what we stand on. And certainly we would choose to stand on something that is solid, sturdy. Moreover, from that we had faith and good reason to understand that it was sturdy. And it seems as though, to me, that all of intelligibility rests on this thing. That is to say that it is held by something. We could say that it is supported by something, that there is an underlying infrastructure that causes it to be. And ultimately, my mind leads to something that was the cause of that thing to be. Now, the nature of the thing that caused being is quite interesting. It's quite interesting to examine. But I think what we are left with is some subtlety. We are left with living we're living with all of the bridges and highways that were constructed by something. That they are here and that we use them every day. And yet, many of us, increasingly so, don't seem to question why. Perhaps there are many of us that do question why. Question why all of these things are here for us to see, for us to do, for us to suffer from, for us to be emboldened by, for us to be and to see and to feel love. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord as the rivers of water. He turneth it whithersoever he will. Now the second half of the verse is quite interesting, if I don't say that for every verse. He turns it whithersoever he will, or wherever he will. It's sort of a similar word there. He turns it wherever he will. So I'm returning to this recording after 24 hours, and I'm debating which direction to go here. I feel a strong pull towards a greater discussion about the will. Much like a Russian doll, in which you have a rather large doll on the exterior surface, encapsulates successively smaller and smaller dolls within it, and yet the shape and the form of each doll is the same throughout. This strange fractal representation I think is quite representative of many things in life. One of these things that I am considering now is this phenomenon of the will, both its relationship to man and the divine will, the will of the mover of movers. Now, I had mentioned somewhat of the will earlier when I was talking of the heart. I discussed that there is a will that the heart possesses naturally, and that there is a superordinate will that is the result of the emergent properties of mind. Now here comes a point where I think my lack of precision may be problematic. Because here we're going to have to come to some more definite conclusion for what the word will means. So I'd like to do that now in an attempt to figure out exactly what this verse is getting at. So when I think of the word will, I think of a conscious agent, but I suppose it doesn't have to be a conscious agent. I think of freedom of action. Now what does that mean, freedom of action? What does it mean to act? What does it mean to be free? Well, given freedom, I would say that this is the liberation from constraint. That if there is some constraining force, that it has been lifted or broken such that the thing that was previously restrained is now available to move. To move according to what? To move according to its own. We can say many things here. Because of a conscious agent, we can say move of his own desire. Perhaps we can say of a conscious agent or of man that if he moves of his own desire, I suppose we can ask, can he move in a sense that is other than his own desire? Well, certainly he can move by his reason, and his reason can be against his desire, or immediate desire. And here I'm leaning heavily on the emotional aspect of desire. But I suppose desire could be broken down into that sort of emotional, and then the rational aspect. And in that sense, it would be broken down into desire, as long as we had that distinction. But man is not the only thing that can move. It's not the only thing that can act relative to something else. Objects may have no consciousness, we may say, but they all act according to certain rules. They all have some function, characteristic. They are all they all have something that they are related to, some space that they move within. And their freedom to act is governed largely by their relationships, by what is around them, by the natural speed limit, we could say. And when I say natural speed limit, I refer to some law, some natural law, by which things depend, by which things are constrained. Now, this freedom of action, of course, is not freedom in totality. Usually when we say freedom relative to something, but we all understand that there are implicit restrictions on freedoms. Whether that be in the political sense, or in the personal sense, or just in terms of objects or atoms that are related to one another. So this freedom of action, what does it mean to act? We could say that it means to do something. What does it mean to do something? Perhaps we can characterize it by its behavior, by its motion, by a particular decision that a man has come to, and thereby putting that decision into some movement or influencing some change on a system. Just like we have constraints, we have influence on my mind would like to say we have influence on those constraints, and I think to a degree that is accurate. I think there are constraints that are more fundamental than others. We have the constraint of physics. On top of physics, we have just as equally immovable. In the case of man, we have genetics. That computer code of the cell that determines our life cycle, whether we would like it or not, and our freedom of will within that sphere is quite limited. That we have a certain range of life, but altogether life is something that is not definite, or it is not indefinite, it is definite. Then we have things that are more pliable, but yet could be quite strict, can be quite constraining, that of culture and of society. And then we have things that are quite pliable, like a man's opinions, especially those opinions that are of quite loose thought. Or perhaps his beliefs, or his perception. All of which have these restraining and prompting factors that influences behavior, that influences motion. Now of action, or of, as I have by extension called motion, I think we can make this a little bit more subtle, because motion certainly does not define or describe the behavior of man very well. Now we can say that most behaviors have to do with motion, but not every behavior is the same. There are quite sophisticated behaviors. There are quite simple behaviors. And so it is a type of motion. That motion depends. It depends on perhaps in the case of objects, it depends on the various interactions, the forces that are at play. In the case of man, it also depends on the forces that are at play and the relationships. But in the case of man, it is not as fundamental as a singular particle. In the case of man, we have many particles that make up many different atoms that are arranged in molecules, that are arranged in quite sophisticated ways to produce cells, and quite sophisticated ways in which cells are organized to produce organs or regions of mind and of perception, and ultimately the self. And so throughout all of that, we have layers. We have layers of action, we have layers of behavior. And our layer is just one layer of that experience. We happen to be at a level that is sophisticated enough to reflect back on and up to, perhaps, the lower layers and the higher layers. But all the while, this will is sitting in the background of this space for which we had mentioned the Russian doll. We had mentioned the layers of organization. Now, if I choose to act in a particular way, there are certain actions, certain behaviors, certain ways in which I can express my will, which perhaps I haven't explained sufficiently up to this point, who knows. But regardless, I can act, I can behave, I can move in a particular way. And the execution of my will may not affect a level that is beneath my conscious awareness, or the thing that is interacting, the self that is interacting with the perceptual layer of that experience. There are also ways in which I can execute a will that will ultimately affect the lower layers of interconnectedness and of, perhaps we could say, experience, or at least behavior and action. Or certainly we can say motion. Even within the characterization of will, there seems to be this nestedness, this layering system, for which words that are used to describe the will at the level of the conscious human being is a bit different than the words that we might use to express the execution of will at the level of a particle or atom. Perhaps there are things that are similar, but also things that are different by virtue of the degree of sophistication, the degree of interaction. Now, if we turn our attention, instead of looking down at the sort of inferior layers of the experience of man, or not just the experience of man, but the inferior layers of his perhaps physical composition, or the layers of him that are beneath the self-awareness and self-directedness, the will that we seem to value most highly at the top of that conscious mind. If we turn our attention upwards, and we imagine that on top of our layer there are greater forms of organization and of consciousness. This is quite easy to imagine if we imagine a nation, a government, or a corporation for which I am embedded within one. The corporation itself has a particular sway, has a particular will. It acts, it moves in the world. It lumbers about, sometimes effectively, sometimes ineffectively. And we can imagine that much like a particle, or an atom, or a molecule, not every particle or atom or molecule participates in the experience of a conscious being like man. But they do participate. They participate in something. Perhaps, just as a placeholder or a bookmark, we could say that they participate in the network of reality. And that within this network, much like the position of the king, certain nodes occupy different positions, different levels, layers, or strata of status. A better word for status in this context, I think, would be rank. just as, I could say, within this sphere, within the heavenly domain, that the human being and the human mind has seemed to come up with and to conceptualize, even the bodies that are produced, the spiritual bodies that are produced by the emergence of many minds, just like the emergence of many neurons acting together produces one self. The emergence of many minds to produce something that has a degree of agency and action of its own, perhaps not necessarily in the same capacity as a man might, with the intricacy of self-awareness, but in the sense of agency much like, at least at the level of an atom, but surely more sophisticated than the level of an atom. For countries can have disputes, they can go to war, they can develop friendships, they can do any number of different things. They can act in any number of ways. Certainly they are constrained, as is, and as we have discussed. There are constraints for which beings are tightly bound. There are constraints for which beings, objects, are loosely bound. Within the position of that web, of that interconnected web of intelligibility, the way in which things are organized matters. We can have a landscape full of these large entities, whether they be nations or corporations or families, something that is of man but that is beyond man, acting in a way that is beyond the individual, the corporation that I am a part of, perhaps doesn't even have to share the same will that I have. Now, this is all very confusing, especially when we imagine the totality of all things and not just the human experience. And thankfully the verse, although I think it is a reflection of the broader conceptualization of this map and of the network of intelligibility, it is largely living within the domain of man's experience and man's relationship to that quality or the distinction, the characteristic of the reality that he finds himself in, that behaves in such a way that he can recognize as a pattern that resembles his own behavior. Now, he may observe patterns in nature, he may observe patterns within himself, or over an extended period of time, patterns of kingdoms and of peoples. And he may come to some understanding of the way of things. And when he begins to understand the degree, whether it be precise at some level, imprecise at another, or vice versa, I think there comes a point where his experience and his longing for an answer of why he is here and all of the years of suffering and of apparent purposelessness, when he finds that thing that is recognizable, surely he would pay attention to it. He would turn his eyes to look up, in the metaphorical sense. Up in terms of that which scales beyond him, or perhaps down. Surely we have done a bit of both. Both are something that, both are aspects that scale beyond us. But the closing of the circle is always at the top of mind, or at least in the background. This is a rather crude analogy, but sometimes I consider it as like a man, perhaps a young man, when an attractive woman walks into the room. I don't think it matters who the man is, but I think he understands at some level that there is this attractive woman, female, within the room. And he feels it. He feels her. He feels his pull and his draw towards her. Now, he may not act on anything. He may not even look at her. But as long as she is in the room, he feels it at some level. Now, this sort of thing I will represent as a soft pull on the will. That it is something that can be overcome. It is not an absolute restriction. There's a degree of restriction because there's an aspect of attention that is drawn away from something that would otherwise be attended to, even if it is quite beneath the surface. And when I imagine the will of many things, I can consider the will of aspects of my substructure that are always in motion, behaving, acting, interacting. Eventually, the various interactions call me to do something that perhaps I don't want to do, but is necessary, like going to the bathroom, or eating, perhaps taking a shower, whatever it might be. There are no shortage of soft pulls on the will, nor do I think there are no shortage of hard pulls on the will. That the hard pulls are the opposite of the soft sort, which could be ignored or reasoned to be on. The hard ones are there regardless of man and his attempts to reason beyond them or to try to see past them. They will be there. It is like the woman that walks in the room for which the man has absolutely no choice but to acknowledge. Or, if he decides by reason to attempt to not pay attention to her, she will attend to him and force him to interact. And I think of the will of God to be similar. Now, not similar in the sense of antagonism, which seems to be one of the key players in that previous analogy. That there's a bit of a sinister element to it. I don't necessarily mean that. What I do mean is that the will of God is somewhat of a reflection of the will of man in the sense that we can imagine that Russian doll or the fractal structure. At the highest level, perhaps there are soft wills and hard wills. There are moments in our lives when we can accept or reject. But based on our accepting or our rejecting, it can lead to a dramatic shift in our lives. But because of the soft pull, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is the end of our life. There are certain hard pulls that I think are difficult to deal with. Hard pulls that have to do with love and connectedness. That if we choose to ignore them, what we do instead is to attempt to kill the very thing that is burdened by perhaps the will to do contrary to what is right. And there's plenty of gray area there. There's plenty of people that don't have that type of feeling or conscious redirection. Or conscientious thing, that inner judge. It's a complex matter, but all the while the existence of that will beyond man, just as easy it is to imagine a will beneath him at some inferior level, a level that has nothing to do with consciousness, and yet there is this freedom of action, this freedom of will within certain constraints. Up at the top, this turning wherever he will, the king's heart in his hand, I imagine something that's very direct. And perhaps it is very direct. Perhaps it is very subtle, turning the heart a degree. Patterns that are spread out into the world that we, at the moment, one life in particular, may not be able to recognize. Will on this scale is very difficult to fathom, and how it could possibly care or be interested in one particular experience is also extremely difficult to imagine, though not impossible. And so I think I'm going to leave that verse there. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes, but the Lord pondereth the hearts. Now this is a verse that we have seen before. At least most of it is. I know for sure that the first part is, every way of man is right in his own eyes. Now I've had the conversation before about the word way, or the way, and I think it's worth going back into again. Although we can easily understand that this verse is generally pointing towards the dangers of what we might call in the modern day subjectivism, or that, as I have used many times previously, the term auto-actualization, that self-divination, in which people or a person may believe that for whatever reason they believe their conscious mind to be the arbiter or perhaps even the creator of all intelligible reality. And as such, as a creator, they have this gift, or they have this authority to exercise their own rightness based on their perception. That is, that there's nothing outside of them that causes them to pause and reflect and reorient to what is good and what is right, because what is good and right is from within, completely within. But there are more ways of seeing this verse than just that. And so I'd like to break this down again in detail. So, if we are talking about the way of man, it's important to start with the word way. And I think it's also important to consider the word way in relationship to something. So to begin with the word way, of the definitions that I have looked up here, here's a few key words. A specified direction, a path, an aspect, a mode of behavior, a manner of doing. So all of these represent a way. Now with many things that I try to do here, I try to draw a thread or a line of connectedness through them all. And of a specified direction or of a path that is easy enough to understand, we just finished talking about the map. And many maps have specified paths that have been created by man, or that have been identified by man by virtue of their natural geography, such that it is conducive for him to travel down that road. Of the aspect, mode of behavior, and manner of doing, these are all partial. Mode of behavior, it seems to imply that of the totality of behavior, there is an aspect or a particular, I don't want to say the word way, but there's a particular modality through which one's experience influences their behavior. Now that's not really saying much, it's very loose language. Now, if I were to consider one's behavior is influenced by many different things. By their feelings, by their reason, by their alertness, by their history, by their upbringing, by their culture, by their status. There are many things that go into that causal chain that leads to one behavior or another. Likewise, when we consider manner of doing, to do something is also dependent upon many different things, it could be the context, could be, again, desire, and back through the same list. Now what we see here of behavior and of doing is a relationship to the world, a relationship to reality, whether it be a physical object or another human being, it doesn't matter. Anything that is outside of him that he must participate with. Now of the aspect, I think we can consider his behavior to be at least partial, to be an aspect. If we are to say a particular mode of behavior, it is something of the totality of all behavior. It is but an aspect of that behavior. It is also an aspect, the way is an aspect of his existence. For his path in life is his path in life. There is no one other person that walks exactly the same path or experiences the same experience. Now, of this path and specified direction, we have a spatial representation. Now, why is this important? Why is a spatial representation important when we are considering the way or the path? Well, similar to behavior, I think it is the translation, or the in-between, the self and the outside world. But moreover from that, the specified direction and the path is, in some sense, controlled, but also laid before him. It's controlled in the sense that he may make decisions in his life. Those decisions will then affect future decisions. They will have future consequences. Now, all of this he may do without an understanding of the consequences or of exactly why he is doing what he is doing. And yet, all the same, his path or the way is continually unfolding. And it seems as though this way or this path is independent from one's explicit understanding. It doesn't mean that it's independent of one's will, but I think that there's an interesting conversation to be had within that space. For I think of man, we can consider him to have something of an unconstrained will. What do I mean by that? Well, by virtue, or lack thereof, of his inability to accurately see the totality of all things, understand all principles simultaneously, understand all causal relationships instantly, be all-seeing and all-knowing. He is necessarily limited to what he knows and understands, and as such his actions and his path or his way is limited by that information. Sometimes he may make decisions based on information that is incorrect to the actual way of things, or the going on of things. And so, it can be the case that man is this sort of delusional offset from the true nature of reality, or that he is a unique being that perhaps has his delusions, much like the artificial intelligence machines have their delusions. But he is a being that seeks a particular niche, or finds a particular niche, because of his limitations. Now, undoubtedly, he will find things that are true, and he will follow things that are true. And no doubt his perception and his relationships to others and to objects will form his path and his way. That still doesn't give us an adequate understanding of the way. For is it all of man's experience, even the falsehood, that we consider this to be his way? Or is it just the aspects of his experience that are true, that are not delusional? And within this space, I have difficulty grasping exactly what that means. For one's experience to be false, it would have to be more of one's perspective of their experience to be false. Their experience is as it is, if viewed from above or without, for example. The view from within could be quite different than the view from without. There's a lot of intricacy here, and I think that there are perhaps some potential issues that are unsolvable. Like, for example, the experience of man that is understood by him and that is only experienced by him Perhaps that could be understood by God, and only by God, but not by another, because another is purely observational. They cannot relive and experience everything that the way of another man, the soul, as it has moved into and through the material world, there is no way to re-embody that soul from the perspective of another living being, another living person. Again, except if it was by divine decree. But if I, for example, were observing the way of a close friend of mine, and I was examining all of the intricacies and all the details, and perhaps I understood something about their behavior, an aspect of them that they didn't quite understand. Perhaps it was causing them to get into trouble, or some of their behavior was causing them harm. And I understood it while they did not. It still doesn't really mean that I understand their way better than they do. I understand that aspect of the way better than they do. And what I mean by understand that way better than they do, it means that in order for their action and behavior to be less harmful to the self, they must identify and understand the way in which it is causing them to be in distress, or to understand the source of that thing that is causing them to be in distress. And in the case of addiction, where it's sort of like this, this bizarre disease that can be a bit of both an irrational, harmful behavior, one in which the individual does not want to engage in, but they are physically dependent and they are weak-willed to stop the addiction. And all the while, there is that aspect of them that understands that the path that they are on, the way that they are living, is antagonistic to their future flourishing. So there's these sort of details that can be kind of difficult to reconcile and to compound into something that is more of a universal statement. But all of that aside, I have been considering that all of these different paths, all of the paths of man, that they stem from that source of intelligibility. Now, the experience of man, as I've said, is flawed. He is a fallible being. However, he possesses the soul, perhaps much like the wires that supply a light bulb with electricity. The soul is connected to the divinity, the source of that intelligibility. Or, in the example of the light bulb, it is connected to that source of electrons that flow through it and ultimately illuminate the light bulb. Now, what the light bulb is used for is not necessarily dependent on the light bulb. The light just shines like the soul is. It exists. How exactly the self, the mind, and the heart, all of these components work together to manifest or to direct that mode of behavior, or to have a particular manner of doing, or to occupy that little aspect, that little niche of their understanding of the world and of reality, and of their place within a given network. All of that is dependent upon their will. But that substructure, that underneath, that soul, that electrical wiring, and the properties by which those electrons flow through that wire to the bulb and illuminate the bulb, man cannot control that. And I should say perhaps that he can't control the fundamentals. I suppose he can control the luminosity. He could turn it off. He could turn himself off. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes. Now there's a way in which this is true, and there's a way in which this is false. If we were to say, every way of a man is right in his own eyes, I think there's an element that we can say, well, man can imagine very many ways. He can get quite meta about his existence. Even his own way he can examine and reflect on. Ultimately, I think what this verse is getting at, regardless of how meta he might be or how in control he feels that he is, he will undoubtedly make a mistake. He will misunderstand something about reality that is directing his path and his way, and he will be deceived, perhaps. But all the while, he will believe, even if he is within good faith, that he actually wants to know what is right, and he actually believes that there's a right outside of himself. He will, before he understands it, before he is corrected either by himself or by another, he will believe that his way is correct. And certainly there are many processes by which a man can come to understand what is true and what is false. But epistemological considerations are not the point here. The point lies, I think, within the second half of that verse. But the Lord pondereth the hearts. Now, to ponder something effectively means to give thought to. Now, if we imagine a supreme mind that knows everything, that can see everything, that is everywhere, if it is to give thought, if it is to ponder, if it is to think about something carefully, and we attribute this to the heart of man, again, this structure of mind that has within it a certain degree of primitive will, and also an intricate element of our experience, that it is the seat of our emotions and our desires. I think to ponder the heart is to not only ponder the will of man, but it is to ponder that complexity of feelings and emotions as they are attributed to various different things, and how their attributions line up with some manageable way of existence, some appropriate way of existence, some accurate way of existence, some will and some path in life that is not entirely divorced from the material world, nor does it abandon the heavenly dimension, nor does it forget to see the purposefulness and meaningfulness that is within the reality that he inhabits. That although he cannot control the wire that feeds him the electrons that turns on his light of intelligibility and his being, or the soul, he is able to use that soul to see everything that he is allowed to experience. And I think the pondering and the giving of thought comes in when, although relatively simple in comparison to the divine, man is this sort of rat in a maze. He exercises his will within the given constraints like a maze, and it is up to him to figure out the many different paths, this is quite a complex maze, to find the cheese at the end of the maze. And the better he is at doing it, the better he is at carving out a clear path they get the cheese every time, and the cheese in this case perhaps is divine insight. Perhaps it is, since we have the path that is through the maze, we have that path. But it's not just a path that is by itself, it's a path to something. And again, it could be a path to divinity, it's a path to understanding true purpose, true meaning, true connectedness to the divinity, true connectedness to each other, true, perhaps, structure, in the sense that we understand what feeds us, the electrons, a little bit better, more precisely. Or in a more creative sense, that what I had mentioned earlier about one's own experiencing, designing, and in fact creating reality is not entirely a foregone hypothesis. Insofar as man participates in the world within his limited capacity, he is creating these experiences. These experiences of learning against which is that which is true. And yet his experience is unique to himself. It is not as though, although it may be known by God or that supreme unity, it is not necessarily God that is controlling man. It is man that is controlling his way on top of that framework given to him by God. And of course, I should mention here that man, even though he exercises this freedom of will, and he has this degree of independence from the Father, it is not as though the Father is completely absent in the relationship or in the life of the Son or of the creation. There is always that related element, just as there is always a soul of man as long as man is to be a thing and to exist. It is up to us to place the light in appropriate places such that we can see something that is beneficial, purposeful, meaningful, etc. Everything that the highest that we can consider to be good, and then some. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. So every once in a while, there comes a verse comes along, I should say, that at the outset I have no idea what it means. Whereas in the previous verse, I had a general understanding of where to go and what the verse was pointing towards, the general direction. But there are plenty of verses that come along where it's quite difficult to determine exactly where to go. And it makes me reflect on the experience that's quite similar to life, in that there is often circumstances or events that come along for which one doesn't necessarily know which path to go down. All one seems to know or to understand is that one must continue to be and continue to experience. The answer is not to just roll over or to play dead and to hope that whatever demon or spirit that haunts us will just pass us over. And of course that spirit, I refer to it as a demon, who knows exactly what we can characterize it as, but it is a sense of urgency. It is a pressure of the world and of the external environment bearing down on our conscious mind. The awareness that although a physical fork in the road may not be approaching, or we may not be approaching a fork in the road physically, we certainly are approaching a fork in the road metaphorically within the conscious sphere and the conscious landscape. And again, all the same, we have to make a decision. But as I am about to begin this verse, the decision that I see before me is not clear. And in these instances, as in the instances that I've mentioned that parallel the experience of life, sometimes the answer is just to place one foot in front of the other. So, we will do just that. And let's begin by exploring justice and judgment. First, with justice. What can we say of justice? Justice and judgment are two very large epistemological categories. These roots run quite deep in the minds of man. And it's interesting that as I consider these two words and their importance, what comes to mind is doing justice to my exploration of these terms, using justice in the context of describing justice. But what exactly would that mean, to do justice to something? In this particular case, I value, and I can see that there are deep roots by these terms. And there's something about the depth that they penetrate to that I value. But what exactly is it? What is that depth? When I say the roots, it is analogous to a tree. But in what parallel, in what way can I say and reflect this on my own experience? If I am to say that roots run deep, I am to infer or to imply that the very articulation, the very projection into the world that is necessary to sustain and to gather resources such that my existence and my relationship to the world is maintained, is found here. That is found within those roots. Now, these roots can be both physiological as well as metaphysical, we can say. And I don't necessarily want to get caught in the reductionist trap of, well, exactly how do you separate the physiological from the metaphysical? Because at a certain point it's sort of arbitrary, because the physiological occurs such that the metaphysical becomes possible. And when I say metaphysical, what I'm referring to is the conception of the world, the conception of one's experience, the understanding of self, the understanding of love, things that are not immediately perceivable as the microphone that is in front of my face. And yet we all experience this sort of thing. And we don't consider it necessarily to be a delusion or an illusion. Moreover, from that, I would say of metaphysical concerns, we also have things like spirits, collective agents, or agents that are formed of collective or individual bodies that form this. By the collective, they form this individual agent, a corporation, a nation, a family, whatever. There are many such patterns, levels, layers of civilization that we can examine and that we can give and we can understand a degree of agency that is possessed by them, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're conscious in the way that man is conscious, of course. But anyway, this is where my mind is when I say metaphysical. So to reiterate, the roots, perhaps the pillars of existence, can be found within the physical as well as the metaphysical, or the metaspace, metasphere. So when I say a term like justice and judgment are and form the roots of the human being, while I should mention that justice and judgment are not the only, or does not comprise in totality, the roots of human existence, there are many other aspects of man's existence for which those additions are required such that his existence is maintained. But justice and judgment, again, I think are offered and occupy a particularly interesting and beautiful space within that totality of supported existence, that pillar of existence, the root of the tree. Now, the matter of maintaining existence is no simple matter, both in the physical as well as the metaphysical. Those two are important, I think, to conceptualize distinctly. For in judgment and justice, we find ourselves in layers of experience and understanding, levels of layers of experience and understanding. There's a way in which one can understand justice and judgment on a superficial level. There's a way in which one can understand justice and judgment on a deep level. And then if we conceptualize that space from superficial to deep, we can zoom out even farther and imagine the conceptualizations of both terms, justice and judgment, that are beyond our ability, meaning that every single one of us has some conception of what is just or how to make an appropriate judgment. Also, every single one of us will make a mistake in terms of answering questions about what is just or how to make an appropriate judgment in a given circumstance. Part of learning how to be better at identifying what is just and making a prudent and wise judgment about something involves mistakes, involves learning from one's mistakes. It is this sort of reflection against reality. It is that relationship against reality that we are corrected by the way that things are. In our conceptions of justice and of judgment may be something of human creation. But if it was not justice and judgment, and if it was by some other term, I don't think it would matter all that much. That would be an artificial distinction. The meaning, in some sense, transcends the word. It would find its home within whatever medium we choose to utilize. But to return to this notion about reality or of the world that is not necessarily a mirror, I suppose there are ways to conceptualize this in which reality would be a sort of a mirror. But on the other side, it wouldn't necessarily be the decisions of the self. It would be showing us the decisions of the self as they are, not necessarily as we perceive them to be. In this way, the world continues beyond the self's ability to perceive it. And it's as if each individual self comes into contact with but a small piece of that reality. They are bound by their experiences and their relationships to it, perhaps by their will and self-directedness to become closer to it. And this thing of reality, given the limited contact that it has with us, is this vast ocean of information that is there for us to process it, for us to intuit it, for us to ponder it. And yet I think of a further distinction. When this self comes into contact with reality, and as I've mentioned, that limited, precious piece of it that is truly accurate and that is understood, perhaps that is sacred to it. There's also the aspect of the self that is closed off to that reality. And perhaps necessarily there is the aspect of the self that is this way in order for the self to be. It's difficult for me to say. But of course the danger is on the periphery of the self that is not connected to reality. Within the mind, within the perceptual sphere, we are always thinking, we are always considering, we are always reflecting. And although our reflections and our considerations can lead us closer to the truth, they can lead us farther into selfish deception, into selfish delusion. Now I'll take it a step further and pose the question, well, if the self and reality are in contact with one another, then what could be said of the space beyond which, in my conceptualization thus far, has been deemed reality? Meaning, the point of contact between the self and reality we have identified. And we say that on this point, on this continuum, man may find his sacred, he may find his divinity. He may understand what is true, and he will come back to it to reorient himself. Perhaps he will, although he understands his understanding of this thing to be limited because of his own limited experience and understanding, yet he prioritizes this thing, this connectedness to reality, such that he proceduralizes it. Again, he sanctifies it. On the other hand, it's a strange thing to imagine that there is this one contact point with reality, and then there is something outside of reality that we call the self that is just not in contact with reality. As if everything that is, including what we might conceptualize as delusion, is not all part of reality. What a strange thing that would be. Because surely, on the other side of that barrier, again, for which that barrier represents that totalizing aspect of reality that the self is in contact with, and yet the self is butting up against a small piece of that reality. On the other side of that barrier, what is it? Do we say that it is nothing? Do we say that it is just potential? The potential for understanding but also for delusion? Or do we say that it is also reality? I suppose that we can also say that it is reality. But herein lies an issue, because we still have some conception of falsehood, of misunderstanding, of misinterpretation, miscomprehension. And so where is that in reality, that mistake? Perhaps it is bound up within the relationship. But relationship with what exactly? Is it the relationship with reality? Or is it a relationship to something else? Well, in the first instance, if I was going to say that there is such a thing as a delusion, or something that is wrong, or something that is false, first I have to recognize that it is something. And if something is to be, then surely it is part of reality. Because under the conception of reality thus far, I've been saying that reality is synonymous with truth. Because as the self comes around and is in contact with it in this frame, its limited contact and its limited understanding and awareness is the thing that gets it into trouble. It gets it into trouble because it is unable to see the vastness of it and organize the information in such a way that they are given an accurate map. Again, both in terms of the physical structure, but also in terms of the metaphysical structure. And one has to wonder, what's more difficult? Is it more difficult to determine the intricacies of relationships between individuals? Or is it more difficult to understand the material properties of something? I think both are quite difficult and both are quite complex. But surely we can come to some understanding of this sort of thing. So perhaps reality is not synonymous with truth. If that were true, what would that mean in that case? If reality was not synonymous with truth? Well, it wouldn't mean that truth doesn't exist. Truth would be beneath the banner of reality. Also, what would be underneath the banner of reality would be falsehood, or what is false. In addition to that, I think we can say, by extension of this truth and false, or true and false, we can have various symbols. We can have light and dark. We can have knowable and unknowable. Not just in the relative sense, in the sense of man's perception, but in the absolute sense. In the absolute sense, unknowable. Is it possible for the unknowable to exist in reality? And I don't just mean knowable to man, but I mean the concept of unknowable. Or is the concept unknowable restricted to a being that is imperfect? Now, I would imagine if there was a being that was perfect and that did know everything, then what is unknowable would not exist within reality. And yet, the concept exists. But the concept exists within the mind of man because of his nature, because of his limitation. And so there, I think, affords us an interesting reflection, that man's perception and his relatedness, his understanding of reality, his the certain concepts that he understands and that he uses is because, again, of his limitation. But I wonder if his limitation perhaps I should say that his limitation is not unknowable. Certainly, he can be aware of his limitation. What does it mean to understand his limitation? Well, it means to understand that there are things beyond his understanding. One is able to understand, ironically, that there are limits to his ability to stay awake and to focus and to understand and to retain and to learn. Certainly there will be quite a variation among individuals. Certain individuals are able to retain and learn quite better than others. But that returns us, again, like a circle to the same point, that the self is this bizarre structure, almost like a pit of intelligibility. At times it is completely confusing and mind-numbing, like a whirlwind that sweeps us up, that fragments our attention, that this reality becomes too intense for us to even participate in. Further, I have to wonder how much of this is a operating system issue, that it is the very way in which I conceptualize my experience. It is the very subject-object paradigm that I'm stuck in that is quite problematic, that there is an insufficiency, a weakness in the transjective between the outside and the inside. And it's because of this deficiency that I am suffering. That I'm suffering what? I want to use the word delusion again, but what is this delusion? Where is it? For certainly I am not just this thing that is stuck within my mind. I am a part of this world, a part of this reality. And since my experience is but a fragment of what reality is or what reality can be, given a higher form of my or of a conscious mind, I feel entirely restricted. I feel aspectual, of course, because I am an aspect of a whole. I am the rung in a ladder. Now perhaps seeing it in this way, being a rung in the ladder, is more of an appropriate way to see it rather than the self articulating with reality in such a way that it is almost divided, as I've mentioned, into the subject-object paradigm, as there are two distinct things, but rather if experience is but a rung in a ladder, then it is in communion with the rest of the rungs of that ladder. It is an active participant in the structure of that thing. Now, it's not to say that the structure of reality resembles that of a ladder, but if there is some broader and more complex structure that at least has similar principles of interconnectedness and of relatedness, then the analogy still stands. So let's recap here a little bit. Now, I had not mentioned, but this is a new day. And every time that there is a new day, when I'm in the middle of a thought, it can be difficult to recover where I once was. And I think by past bit of recording there, I had come back around to some understanding of where I was. But in the interest of wanting to maintain some sort of continuity, and also understanding that there is a risk when entering into a new day and a new mode of thought that there may be some disharmony where I pick this up, I'd like to make it known. And so, throughout this exploration, I think it's easy to get lost. And I'd like to reorient for a moment and say that what I'm trying to get to is justice and judgment. The verse again is, to do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Now there's a lot there, and I haven't even covered justice and judgment. But it's no matter, we'll get there eventually. I'd like to continue with this justice and judgment. Now my typical way in which I have been exploring these things has been to go through the etymology of the words at hand. Now at times I haven't done this, at times I have done this, but I think this is one of those times that I would like to forego that and try to find some fruits on my own without that type of assistance from a dictionary or a thesaurus, whatever. So what can be said here? In my mind, my initial instinct is to go after judgment before justice. Because one must judge what is just. In this judgment, I think in my mind, I think of the legal context, I think of an opinion. Now at some point, this is going to circle back around to what I was talking about. There's no escaping this discussion of reality and of the relationship of the self. And I certainly don't think that by saying that the self as a rung in the ladder is sufficient. I think this is going to continue to unfold, not just in this verse, but many verses ahead. So to return, what can one say about judgment? Well, we have to remember that there is a possibility that we are stuck within a certain frame. And so we are faced with the dilemma. Do we continue to conceptualize within a certain frame that may be antagonistic to our appropriate understanding of what justice and judgment is? Or do we try to zoom out a little bit and take some care? And I think the option is to zoom out and take some care. Inevitably I'll fail because I have to be attached to something. But nonetheless, here we go. So, this judgment, I have to find some way to incorporate judgment into a notion of the self that has an appropriate relationship to reality. And I want to start with the idea that there can be different types of relationships to reality. Moreover, from that, I am not well educated in terms of large philosophical schools of thought. However, I am aware that they do exist, and I at least have some cursory understanding of the Platonic writings. I have not read all of them, but I have read a handful of them. And certainly, I plan to read many more. And I have been exposed to the teachings of the Scripture, of course. And all of this sort of thing shapes one's mind. And I have explored into other areas as well, but we need not get into that. The whole point of me bringing that up is to say that my mind, that I understand and recognize the variability of thought that is out there, even if I don't understand it to the degree of sophistication that might be necessary to lay out a particular line, philosophical line, in totality or completely. Nor do I think it's necessary. What's necessary now, I think, is to come up with another understanding, even if it includes or explores parts of my understanding that perhaps is given to me through culture. As Herodotus says, custom is the king of all men. Much of my understanding is ingrained within me. Explicit awareness may not yet have arrived at certain levels of my being. That is something that influences my behavior and actions and speech, all of this sort of thing. So far I've been thinking about reality and the self. I've come to some point of confusion, or perhaps a crossroads, in which my initial conception was that there is two things, that there is reality and that there is the self. That there is the self that communicates with reality and then curves and bends back in on itself. And as it does so, it increases the risk or increases the probability for delusion. And then the thought occurred to me that as it does this, is not this process, is not this insight or looking internal into the self and risking potential falsehood not also part of reality? And then further from there I said, well, if everything is a part of reality, even the delusions of man, then can it be said that reality is not equal to that which is true? And certainly it is a possibility. But by the same token, we can say that falsehood can exist at certain levels, but it cannot exist at the top. For if it existed at the top, then everything beneath it would be false. What it has to exist at the top is what is true, because it has to set the standard, it has to set the relatedness, it has to set the boundary or the scope of intelligibility, we can say. So at my level, at the level of a human being of average intelligence, I am a being that can make a mistake. I can see something before me, and perhaps because of my inattentiveness, later, as I leave this space, and I am giving an account to a particular judgment of what I had experienced in this space that I am now to somebody else. And I say that there was, in fact, 5 quarters on my desk, or at least in the cabinet that's just offside of my desk, when in fact, actually, there were 7 quarters stacked on top of each other and 1 quarter next to it. I would be saying something that is false. Now, it is false at the level of my perception, and yet it is true on another level. And what level is that? What level recognizes that there is actually 7 quarters stacked on top of one another and then one adjacent to it. Because surely there must be a level that knows this to be by virtue of it being that way. Now we can say, well, does there need to be another level in order for that to be? Can't it just be that the quarters are as they are? And that is the truth of the matter. And perhaps, what if I also said that much like my conception of the self in the beginning, in which I had at least felt that I had come to an error when I separated the self too cleanly from that of reality, that also or perhaps further, I should say that I separated it because of this subject-object paradigm, and I had ignored the strength of the transjective, in which this sort of rung in the ladder analogy came about. But what if I also supposed that there were more than just one false fundamental framework? Not necessarily saying that there's no utility in a particular aspect of a framework, but in the way that I use it to see the world and reality, perhaps by virtue of my existence, that I am unable to see what is farther. Now, what I want to use as an example is the unit of time, the experience of time, the perception of time. Now, if I were to say to my friend that after the experience of being false about saying how many quarters were on the desk, and I had went back and I had realized that I made a mistake, and I went back to my friend and I said, there are 7 stacked quarters and 1 adjacent to it. This is the truth. Is it not the case that it is the truth at that level? And I had said just a moment ago, well, perhaps the quarters are as they are. It doesn't require a higher level of intelligibility or of consciousness or of intelligence to perceive, despite my falsehood. And then let's say, somehow, for whatever reason, I'm preserved. Me and my friend and I are preserved for 50,000 years, and we are suddenly placed back in a relatively similar place. We would find that things are entirely different. Assuming no human intervention, things will have eroded and decayed. The building that I had once inhabited will be gone. The quarters disintegrated into various elements, reabsorbed within the earth. And now I go to my friend and I say, I was mistaken. There are actually no quarters on the desk. In fact, there's no desk at all. Now there's a certain point in which this analogy doesn't add up, because we are breaking a boundary to establish another one. The one that we are trying to establish is that there is an issue with our fundamental frames, time being one, the subject-object paradigm being another. And then the impossibility of the human being living for 50,000 years is a break in the mold. We have introduced this sort of liminal space, this place in which, or the illustration is a place in which two people have transcended the natural limits of their biology. The natural limits of their biology form a framework, a structure that is fundamental to their perception at their level. However, given a different level, and we have not yet brought into another conscious mind or anything like that, there will be a falsehood. Because as enough time passes, the statement will no longer be true. The statement is no longer true because the set of relationships that it was once true under have fundamentally changed. So what can be said now? I'd like to run through that again. So we start with man and his perception, let's say, of 3 coins out of the 7 plus 1. 7 and then the 1 adjacent. The 3 coins are fundamentally a false perception, because there are, at a given time, and I don't want to use that word because that brings us into the frame in which time is a fundamental variable. Man sees 3 coins, but there are 7 plus 1. There are 7 plus 1 in a particular context. Now, what does that mean? That there have been a series of relationships such that the coins exist alongside the existence of a particular man's perception, which of course is a particular level of intelligence, a particular level of intelligibility. Now, man's judgment of these coins is limited by certain constraints, again by his biology, by his perception. Biology is finite by nature, and so time becomes more of a valuable thing. And it is not to say that time doesn't exist, perhaps, outside of the experience of man, but one must wonder at the value of it given a limitless life. But since life and death are so fundamental, and as we can imagine more than just life and death, anything fundamental to a man given his experience, these constraints, this biology, fundamentally influence his perception. His reality is heavily influenced by the relatedness of those constraining factors, and also liberating factors, like the presence of mind, the conceptions of soul and spirit. These are somewhat, I think, liberatory. If we imagine a scenario in which time is removed completely, the coins exist. And they don't exist. They exist under a certain set of variables, and they don't exist when those variables or those constraints are removed. And how strange it is if man found himself in a position, whether it be through artificial intelligence or whatever, to be able to change some of these fundamental constraints such that our perception changes dramatically. Not that it changes it such that we are gods, we may conceive ourselves to be, but it will change our perception to quite a different place. And it'll give us a different view of reality. Our reality will become different. Perhaps it will be a loftier, bigger picture of reality. But there's still a couple burning questions here. But I think we've made the first step at determining what judgment is. Because judgment for man is bound up within the constraints and the relatedness of his life. And the way that the conscious will make sense of it is by coming together and instituting this self. I have to wonder if the concept of judgment is not as fundamental as I thought it was. Certainly it is fundamental to man, no doubt. But to the fabric of reality, I wonder. Just like I wonder about time. So let's leave that question to the side for the moment. Perhaps we can return to that level at a later time. But I think what's important here is to continue on the path of that human conception. Because the roots that bury deeply within his mind, within his soul, within his level, are still important to him that exists at that level. And so, judgment. Now for the moment, and I mean for the moment, it has not lasted long, there is a bit of a lament at the level of human existence, that it can't be something that is higher than it is. But immediately the humility sets in, because there is a lot to be done at the level of man. And experience is experience, regardless of the level, and one should be thankful for that experience. When this thought had passed, the thought of the lament at the human condition and human experience, or we could say experiment too, I suppose, I considered it was more of a flash, like a strike of lightning, more than it was a consideration. But if I were to examine that image and determine exactly what it had showed me, what I see is a complex interplay, a complex interplay between the expansion of man's capacity to perceive over time and the subsequent break and modification of that experience. It is much like the birth and death cycle, in which each profound experience we have a beginning of our evolution, and we have the ending, and then shortly after we have the beginning, and then the ending. Now this may take some time to flesh out a little bit, and I'm hoping that there will be some continuity when I attempt to do this here. There is an image in my mind of that word that starts with a V, and that is value. And the interesting thing about value, as it relates to man, is that a man can choose to value whatever he wants to value. He can value money. He can value food. He can value close relationships. He can value connection. Within connection, he can have good and bad versions of this. Connection for the sake of his own gain, or a connection for the sake of connectedness, for bondedness, and for mutual reassurance. There's a lot of complexity that is wound up in that thing that is value. And moreover from that, I think the interrelatedness of the network, and the conditions and the position of the various nodes in the network, which are, I think, continually moving and changing positions, some for the better, some for the worse. And then in an instant, I'm thrown back into the subject-object paradigm. For I remember and I recognize that value and will are from the individual. At least the conception and the perception of it is from the individual. And we lead back into this sort of the strange interplay between that self and the external thing that is, the true sense of something. And it's quite easy to think that value is a static thing. And what is changing are the various conscious elements. They are the individuals. And the image appears that what the various elements are moving around happens to be that true thing which is truly valuable. But I don't necessarily think that this is the right way to go about it. I think there's a lot of useful imagery to imagine a network and a bunch of different nodes that are surrounding something that is considered to be valuable. I think that there has to be a conception of something that is being surrounded, so that we can have an idea of what it is we actually believe. Now, I don't necessarily think that it is not the case that because we do this, that it is a false perception, and that outside of this centerpiece, there is really nothing, and that everything lies within the interrelatedness. This becomes tricky, but I think that the interrelatedness is significant. It's significant because it leads us to that which is true. The various bits of information that we can gather from our experience of the world is, in some sense, our relatedness to that centralized thing for which we conceptualize into something that is value, and that becomes valuable to us. And we can produce quite sophisticated tools. Psychotechnology is a tool. That could be a religion or a particular philosophy around which one has set explicit goals or ideas, beliefs that they pay attention to, that they worship. And I think the danger is not so much in believing that there is a divinity in the interrelatedness, between people and each other, or individuals in the world. I think there is a danger in trying to convince oneself that it is possible to exist at the level of the divinity that brings various elements together into one unity. Not to say that unity is impossible for man, but rather his occupation of that position in the network that the Supreme Unifier occupies, that he is able to occupy it. I think that is impossible. And because of that, the thing that he puts together and conceptualizes, the thing around which all the various nodes dance, the thing itself, something that can be perverted, that can be perverted such that it goes and enters into that death cycle. As I had mentioned at the outset of this line of thought, that there is this birth and death cycle. Towards the death of that, the perversion of that V, that value that lies in the center, this metaphorical center of the network of the various nodes, becomes perverse, and it becomes disharmonious. And what begins to happen is that there is a ring, perhaps, that is set up by the movement of the pieces that want to hang on to that value because it is something that they value, it's something that they believe in strongly. And yet, the perversion is the very thing that causes the disunity, and it has found a home within that valuable thing. And it is not as though that which was valuable before the perversion had entered in, and now that the perversion is in, is now somehow entirely unvaluable. There are certainly valuable things within it that remain, but the perversion is such that the unity cannot exist in the form that is necessary for human flourishing. And I think this happens increasingly so. And so at the periphery, or at least outside of the local distribution that surround this value set, there begins to emerge various interconnected networks, new interconnected networks that form their own or reconstitute elements of the old to form something new, such that the birth cycle begins. And I think, unfortunately, in the case of man, that when we undergo these experiences, there is massive conflict between the two groups. And there may not just be two groups, there may be many groups. Depends on the sophistication of the network and of the value set that we're talking about. Now here I think we find ourselves at an interesting stage, because we can examine it in terms of two different places. I think the place that I wanted to go initially, before I thought, okay, well, there's two different modes that we can think about here. One is the motion of the groups that have the agency of their own, that begin to collide and come into conflict. Because it's not two individual nodes that are fighting, it's collective nodes around a value structure, a belief structure. And these belief structures have such power that they bind all of these nodes together. And what they form is sort of an agent. They form a independent will, I suppose we can say. Now we can call this a level. Also, we can examine it at a slightly different place, or a different level. And at the place that we can examine it sort of is at the level of the individual as it is occurring, not necessarily as it scales up into these into the interconnectedness of the network. Because I think as the level of the value structure, or the psychotechnologies, or the corporation, whatever it might be, whatever body that is emerged out of simpler elements, let's say, whenever that interacts with something else at that level, the individuals are necessarily affected by it. Now, the change that occurs both within the landscape, and we can call it a local landscape because these events that occur are not the only events to occur in reality. I think I can say that sort of confidently, in the sense that man is but one aspect of reality, and his experience is but one aspect. Important, no doubt, since it is an element of it, it is an aspect of it, but when I say local, I mean since we are examining what we are able to see, such that there is some sort of interconnected value set that has emerged between these agents. This is our landscape. So, the interesting thing is, much like an earlier image that I had used in the Proverbs from earlier chapters, the image of the mountain, atop of which is the divine logos, that center of all intelligibility. And man and his experience begins at the base of the mountain. And he may start in various positions at the base of that mountain. It really doesn't matter. As he ascends the mountain, he becomes closer and closer to that peak, to that top. Now, he may rest at certain points in that of the elevation on that mountain, and by his elevation he gains greater and greater understanding. But it doesn't really matter where he starts from. The psychotechnology, or perhaps the cultural binding force, the hearth, another analogy that I've used often, that is that center of binding, regardless of what that is, as long as it has certain components that allows him to ascend and maintain in a coherent unity with others, or a sense of relatedness to the world, then he is able to take steps. That's sort of his precursor to ascent. Now, undoubtedly, his judgment is going to be formed by the thing that he is bound by, or the thing around which he attends to. And again, we've already discussed about the dangers of perception, and that there's no doubt, even within the most sophisticated technologies, psychotechnologies, and philosophies of man, there is this perceptual mismatch, perhaps, between that which... Now here I don't want to say that which is, because just like the level of man and given the level of perception that he has, he's able to transcend. I think one of the beauties of man is his capacity for transcendence, not only within himself, but also collectively and culturally. And so we have to ask ourselves, well, what does this transcendence mean? What does it look like? Well, it's almost as if we revert back to the cycle, the revolution, that of the sort of burst of energy, the birth part of the cycle, or the morning, in which man is awakened, and he goes throughout his day, he does his productive labors, he exhausts the energy throughout the day, he gives a strong effort, and then he comes to a point of exhaustion, fatigue. This ending occurs, the end of the day sets in, the part of the cycle in which death occurs enters. And at this point, he has gained a lot of information, a lot of useful information, a lot of things for which he can influence his decision. When I say things, again, it's information about his relationship to the world. Sometimes he finds himself related to things that he never thought he would be related to. Sometimes he finds himself related to things that he would rather not wish to be related to. But all the same, this cycle continues. And on the big scale, on the large scale, in which we talk about major cultural revolutions and political revolutions, I think there is this plateau that occurs in terms of understanding and of experience, and there's this longing and desire to take a new journey, to embark, and to find that next, not necessarily summit, but next camp, like base camp on Mount Everest, for which we can hike to and camp there, that we could exert our youthful and productive daytime energies towards that pursuit and then camp. Now, I think part of this experience about transcending is going out into the world and experiencing. It is about sacrificing along the way, because again, in this landscape, it is not just one foot in front of the other. There is a requirement for one foot to go in front of the other, and in this metaphor, or in this analogy, it is not physiology. It is not adenosine triphosphate, for which the body can use to produce energy, to produce that motion of the musculoskeletal system. In this analogy, it is through sacrifice. It is through the orientation and reorientation of attention that one moves rightly upwards, towards which this summit he will not be able to access or occupy, or completely be. Perhaps there's a mistake in there, I'm not too sure at this point, but at least as I conceptualize it now, he, as he is man, cannot be the thing at the top of the peak. He cannot be the arbiter of all things, of all reality. He can be with the thing that is the arbiter of all things and of all reality, I think. He can be in proper relationship to it. But the point being, as this cycle occurs, there is this modification in the network that occurs. And that modification in the movement and position, the changing of hands of power, and the action based on the changing of that position, reorients that network. Reorients it sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. Now, I think it is within this structure that man may find his judgment. That for him, his judgment is more of a procedure and a process than it is a declaration for all time. And there are certain types of judgments, I think, that are quite declarative and are quite simplistic in their nature. But I do think that the conception of judgment is a continually unfolding process. Now here I'm reminded of John Vervaeke's 4 P's of knowing, that is the propositional knowledge, knowledge of facts, procedural knowledge, skills, sequences of activities, perspectival knowledge of what it's like to see something from a certain angle, and participatory knowledge, the knowledge of what it's like to play a part or a role in that broader picture. All of which are important. And now I mentioned of judgment that there is that procedural element to it. And while I I certainly weigh heavy on this procedural element of judgment. This procedure cannot be detached from one's participation or their perspective. That perspective comes into play when we consider the various places that one can start on that ascent up the mountain, or the various places that one can go to in a horizontal sense around that mountain as they ascend. Each place that they are at affords them with a different perspective. And the propositional, of course, is something that is the result of procedure. That sequence of determining how one is to give an accurate account to their judgment such that they can come to that reliability, or the knowledge of the facts, that constancy. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. So I know there's a lot there that led up to this point of moving forward, and I'm by no means complete in my assessment of judgment. But I'd like to move on here to justice. Now, much of the groundwork that I had wanted to cover is already covered. It was covered both for that judgment and also justice. For justice seems to me to be a result. It is something that can be observed by man. It is something that can be posited. It is something that can be reflected on. It requires a judgment in order to get to justice. But in my mind, as I consider this justice, or actions that are just, I think it can be said that an action may be considered just, even if there was no explicit deliberation, or an action can be unjust, even in the absence of explicit deliberation. Now, from the participatory perspective, the one that is participating in a certain behavior or action by which one can call it just or unjust, they exercise judgment in order to get there. But their judgment, now it's difficult to know exactly where to go here, because I'm thinking of the perspective of the person, and I'm also trying to think of the perspective of an observer, or perhaps the recipient of an interaction between a person. There are plenty of different perspectives to take here. But if we start just at the beginning with the individual that is performing an action, there are many actions, I think, throughout the day for which I do not necessarily consider if something is just or unjust in an explicit sense. I think implicitly I go about my life such that this program runs beneath my conscious awareness. I can certainly call it up to my conscious awareness, but it largely lies beneath, much like the heart, the emotional aspect. I can call up certain emotions, but for the most part, the heart sort of runs as it does. Emotions come, thankfully, as I am experiencing life, and it's not something that I have to explicitly do every single time. That would be quite exhausting. And so there is that. And what is just we will get to in a moment, but just to finish this thought about perspective, if we imagine it from the observer, I think it is likely that the observer is more apt to consider what is just and unjust than the person that is behaving. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I say that because the person that is observing is afforded the opportunity of taking in information independent of the judgment of the person that is exhibiting a particular behavior. They can also observe if it is an interaction between two people, the response of the other individual. Now, the person that is on the receiving end of this equation has another unique perspective in that they are the recipients of the behavior. And now, I mentioned that the observer has is in a unique position to determine what is just and what is unjust. I think that there is a stronger component of participation from the individual that is receiving the behavior. They might get quite emotional because of a particular action, whatever. But I think it also means that they are exposed to a greater probability of misperceiving, misunderstanding, or maintaining a level of composition such that the heart doesn't prevent them from making improper judgments and thereby coming to a conclusion of what is unjust when it is actually just, or vice versa. So when I say justice, what does this mean? Now, this is one of those topics that could go on for days and days. There's a lot within this concept of justice. And by judgment, we have found ourselves in a strange place. In some sense, it involves sacrifice. It involves an understanding of the human condition. It involves understanding our limitations, which is wound up within the human condition. It involves our perspective. Again, the 4 P's come to mind here. All of this that goes into determination, decision-making, reason. All of the programs that we could potentially run to make a judgment lead us to an interesting realm. That is the realm of justice. Now, justice at some level is another one of these fundamental categories that I had mentioned at the outset. That it is much like a root in the earth of a strong tree, for which perhaps the tree represents our experience and our existence to a degree. And justice is not all of the roots of the tree, but it is one, and it is one fundamental one. I can also conceptualize this justice to be a pillar that carries something. It accepts a certain load. But then the question is, well, what is that force or load that is placed on it? That it is its purpose to accept. And I think that that force is morality. And perhaps it's an interesting conception to think of morality as a force, or as a type of a force. Certainly in a certain frame of mind, a certain dimension of consideration, we can consider morality a force. It has a certain sway over us, an influence over us, over our behaviors. It can prompt us into action. It can prompt us into inaction. much like the physical forces of our reality prompt us into particular positions. And when I said that much of what I had discussed already applies to judgment as it does to justice, what I meant was all of those perhaps annoying, somewhat contradictory aspects of human reality still apply to justice. That justice and judgment are intimately linked. And I think that justice is ultimately, at least in its pure form, is the end of the road for one's judgment. Now, just like judgment, we can be mistaken when we consider something to be just or unjust, and there are plenty of ways in which our conceptions of justice come to be, namely through culture, through society. Again, the quote from Herodotus, "Custom is the king of all men." Within the procedural element that I had mentioned, that one participates in this continual consideration of the various constraints and affordances, the context, all of the ways that things are related to one another, the position of things. All of this goes into judgment. And as we determine, perhaps retroactively, if something is just or not, we go through the same exact thing. Now, it's hard not to completely be swallowed up by the legal institutions, because law is an institutionalized way of determining what is just and what is unjust. And it's inherently I would say it's inherently a religious affair, or at least has religious roots to it. That is, that there are other institutions and traditions out there that form the groundwork, that they are the miners into that dimension. They mine the raw ore of morality such that we can better understand how to adjudicate. Now, I think there is some difficulty when it comes to describing and defining religion. I think there are some people who may say that religion has to do with, in particular, it has to do with the belief in supernatural entities and forces and all of this sort of thing. I generally tend to consider it more an intellectual school in which one considers bondedness, reverence, obligation, piety over the purely supernatural aspect. Not to say that there is no possibility of a supernatural. That's not what I'm saying, but rather that if there is a supernatural to be within that religio system, it is because that system tends that way. It's not inherently because of that religio element, the bonded, reverential, obligatory, or pious dimension. Those form, I think, the fundamental components of it. And also, I think I would like to say that from the religious, it is sometimes difficult to parse out the difference between what a religion is and what a philosophy is. And although I think that there is relatedness and some similarity, I think there are some differences. And that much like in the human context, whereas the heart may be part of mind, it is the seat of our feelings and our desires. Our soul is different than the mind because it is the seat of being. which is a precondition for selfhood. And our rational component is yet somewhat separate from the heart and the soul, and yet there are elements that exist probably between both. They are also bonded. And so that rational component, the explicit diving into of what is loved, which involves that heart, and to a degree involves that bondedness. It is primarily this poetic sort of pursuit. It is heavily focused on the seat of our experience. But again, it's difficult to say that without bringing that also into the religio, where we can say that philo, the beginning, that prefix of philosophy, meaning the love of wisdom, and religio, as I've mentioned, means bond, reverence, obligation, piety, purpose, meaning. There's a bunch of overlap here. Of the difference, if I could just sort of square this off, for now I'll say that the religio is the architecture, and the philo is the experience within that architecture. I'm sure that there's plenty of things that are wrong with that definition, but for now we'll leave it there. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. So again, as I begin to close the comments on justice and judgment, from the perspective of man, justice is the result of our it is the result of our judgment. I can say that justice is something that can be seen as a consequence of judgment. What is just, what is right, what is wrong. And that can be just as easily attributed to a thought as it can to an action or a behavior. Much of which these, what we consider to be right or wrong, are wound up in the human context. There's a degree of biological sophistication that allows for these terms to come about. And I consider, when I think of more primitive aspects of nature, primitive in the sense that they don't have the machine of the mind to intuit as the human being can, it is no less on behalf of nature that it is something that is perhaps beneath the human being per se, but different. It certainly has a degree of interrelatedness and interconnectedness that the human being is most of the time unaware of, and it has a fantastic harmony to it, very sophisticated. And to examine morality in that sense is strange, and I don't quite understand how to do it. But it is much easier, since I am a human being, and since I have grown up in a particular culture, to examine it from the human context or the human perspective. And from the human perspective, our pillar, our load-bearing pillar, is sort of a perspectival pillar. That it is something that accepts the load or the force of morality as it applies in the human context. Just like gravity is a force that is applied to all, but we have a particular relationship to gravity. Whereas we may not understand, we may intuit the the experience that a cat has with gravity or a rock has with gravity. A cat must have a particularly interesting experience since they are so agile, and they can posturally correct as they jump quite better than a human being can, and many animals. Now, what's strange and perhaps rather difficult to determine is justice and judgment are so interrelated. I consider sacrifice almost to be as interrelated. In fact, I use the word sacrifice in my explanation of the word judgment. That it is something that is involved in that process. But we are talking about here an interesting set of relationships with these words. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. It's not saying that sacrifice is not acceptable. It is just saying that justice and judgment are more acceptable than sacrifice. And so what do we mean by acceptable or more acceptable? Now, the word accept means to take, to receive, to seize, to welcome, to take in possession, to approve. It can mean to receive willingly, to consent to something, to regard something as agreeable. So let's talk about this from the human perspective for a second. If I accept something, or I consider something to be acceptable, I can go through everything I just went through. I can say that I welcome it, I receive it, but what does that mean? If I find my experience in life acceptable, then it is something that I can tolerate. It is something that, even among the various difficulties, that I am willing to continue with the experience. I accept that given the various elements, given the various aspects of my life, I accept that existence comes with all of this, the good and the bad. When I accept a gift, I receive it, I take it, I am saying with a gesture or with speech that the object is changing position, that the ownership of that object has now changed. And my relationship to that object before it was given to me was different than it was after. Now, much like a gift that is given, or a burden or a responsibility is given, justice and judgment and all of the subtext that went into trying to determine some conceptual landscape of those words now travels upward. It travels, now in this sense, what does that mean? It travels upwards. Where exactly does it go, this justice and judgment? This goes back to what I was saying earlier about the concept of the subjective and the objective. And the question of, well, is our subjective experience, or that conceptualization of the isolation of mind that every once in a while, as it comes around full circle, butts up against the real world or the external world that we would call reality, is it the case that our thoughts and everything that is going on within is outside of reality. And I came to the understanding that no, I think that what is going on in there is a component of reality. And there is something called a delusion or falsehood, but that is because of a particular plane of existence and of consciousness that can occur. That fundamental fact that something can be wrong or misrepresented is because of the way in which the being or that conscious agent is related to the things around it. Now, when I say my judgment has been given up, what does that mean? I think there are various layers, various levels that we can go by, that we can consider, that we can take some thought, some idea, and we can raise it. And what does it mean by raise? Well, in the first instance, when I mean raise, I mean move it beyond the realm or the location. I think the location is a better word, of the self. And so I may have some judgment. I may be forming some judgment in my mind based off of various observations in the world, and I decide to act. Let's say it's something very simple. Let's say I have to go to the bathroom, and I make a judgment that it is appropriate to stand up out of this chair such that I can move to the bathroom. But the basic fact of standing up is, or perhaps the whole package of going to the bathroom is wound up in there, and maybe standing up is just, it's less of something that is explicit in terms of self-awareness and action. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Let's just say standing up. I decide to stand up. I have given up that judgment in a sense after there has been a decision to commit to that action. And let's say for the sake of argument that the action has occurred. Now I am left with the result of that. I'm left with the result of that behavior. And now one can consider, it could be the thought that we consider, but we're at the level of actually acting. And since I've stood up, now I can decide if that standing up was just or unjust. And again, there's a perspectival component in terms of determining if an action, behavior, or thought is just or not. And that perspectival element is grounded within the human being, it is grounded within his culture, it is grounded within many different things related to that category of human experience. Now, when I stand up, that judgment has been given up, because the experience is over. I can't take that judgment back. I can't put that action back in the bottle. It has already occurred, just like the thought has already occurred. That cannot be taken back. It can't be taken back into myself, which is an interesting thing to say, because that's a type of receiving. It is a type of acceptance. As if what I put out into the world, if I use the language to take back an action that I had committed, it would be to undo perhaps what I considered to be unjust. It would be to undo reality, in a certain sense. It would be to undo creation, we can say, from a biblical context. But that is not within our power. That is not within the power of man to do. Now, surely an action or behavior can leave the mind of man. It can be forgotten. But in terms of all intelligibility, the word that comes to mind is omniscient. this all-knowing, all-wise thing. And that when I consider the perspectival, in that if something is meaningful enough within the mind of man, he will not forget it. Perhaps there is a community of people that will not forget it. In the case of something extreme, so it's easier to see, like murder, for example, many generations may not forget it. The life of the person that committed the crime will not forget it. The state will record it and will not forget it for future generations. Another thing that comes to mind is if a tree falls in the woods and no one is around to hear it, did it happen? Of course, I would say that it did happen because the tree fell in the woods. That there was this system in place, this architecture, for which something is seeing that knows it fell. Just because a human mind, a human perspective was there, not there to see it, doesn't mean that it didn't fall. I mean, the statement is that it fell, which is a strange thing for then one to turn around and say that it didn't fall because I didn't see it. There are plenty of things that I haven't seen that have occurred. So now if we keep in mind this example of standing, and now that action is out there in the world that happened, as it is always happening, it's not as if, even if I didn't stand up, it's not as though the thoughts did not occur. That's still happening in the world. And because it is happening in the world, it is much like this phenomena of the tree that falls in the woods. It is happening. It is happening because the world outside of the self exists. It is because the world that the self is within, that is encapsulated within, or is the self is allowed to be because of the constraints of the world or the mechanics of the world. All of this must be for that self to be. And so, to do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. So now when we say Lord, we are considering that this world, this existence of things, independent of the level of man's experience, has some unity to it, it has some direction to it. And because of this unity and direction, man's participation and experience in this world will necessarily be directed by it. And so for that way of things, for that directedness to accept something in the way that it's similar to the way that man might accept something, that it is sort of a changing hands from the will of man, the probability of something occurring given the independence of his existence of the thing that caused existence in the first place. And I say independence and will sparingly because there are restraints on that independence and that will, just as there are restraints on the independence of the American in a free society. And mind you that the bandwidth for acceptance is much faster, I would say, in terms of the intelligible sphere in general, because for man to accept something, there's this interplay, time comes into his conception of reality in the world. It's sort of a muddied thing, but many things happen very fast. much like my voice that is being transmitted into the microphone and being recorded and encoded into the computer. This is happening very fast. And I think that at the level of a reality, that if we are to say that there is something there that understands when a piece of information occurs or some change in position occurs, then it is instant, whether it be a thought or whether it be an action or behavior. That instant awareness is the acceptance or the reception of that behavior, that thought, whatever, because it is beyond us now. It has been given up, given beyond the control of me, of my grasp. And in some sense, because of this speed, there is not much leeway, unless the soul is pure. And when I say leeway, I mean leeway in terms of doing right or wrong. If the soul is pure, then its actions in the world, its thoughts, are pure. And it's a tough thing to determine exactly what that is. But for things, we can imagine certainly fundamentals that are obvious to us, that are wrong. Like the harm of a child, for example. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. So what is sacrifice now? This is the last bit to explore before the end of this verse. I think there's an interesting parallel between an experience that I had today and this notion of sacrifice. And so I'd like to try and lay it out here. So I was over at a friend's house tonight, and tonight it is Sunday night, and I went over there for dinner. Had a few glasses of wine, took away some of my anxieties, and I was feeling pretty good. And I was more in a feeling mode. And I was concerned with the spirit, perhaps, of the room. At least I was paying attention to it. And these days there are no shortage of things that we can jump onto and be overly emotional about this or that topic. About the wars that are happening halfway across the earth, of which there is some involvement on the part of the United States. Domestically, we have no shortage of concerns and considerations, and we have a presidential election next year, or this year, that is quite important. There are changing global dynamics that often find their way to our hearts. And it's very difficult to parse through these things. Our institutions and the way and the lenses through which we see the world have gotten quite complex. And at the same time, we seem to be fragmented and disillusioned, despite our precision and sophistication. And so I noticed, on more than one occasion, that the spirit of the room was becoming sort of this anxiety-filled experience. Or perhaps we can say that the spirit that was invited into the room was more of a hairpin trigger, a less discerning and more primitive spirit, a sophist, perhaps we can say. And as the spirit made its way through the room, I kept myself quiet. I did not want to be an arbiter for this spirit. I didn't want this spirit to be embodied through me. And I knew that my own heart was beginning to be troubled by this spirit. And I was trying to fight it in my silence. Now time went on, and I was thankful that I had not given in, that I had not participated in that sophistry and divisiveness. And as dinner was over, and I moved over to the couch to sit and to think and to reflect, my friend came over to the couch and he started talking, and I essentially just listened. And he was saying things that were quite valuable, I think. Things that I did not know, nor did I understand. But he was helping me to understand certain things that he understands or understood. Another thing that I would say that I'm thankful for. But what I noticed as he began to talk, and also that I understood at the time that he was involved with this conversation and this sophistry, this emotional type of argument that wasn't quite conducive to that production of bondedness and of connectedness between people. It wasn't a productive conversation that was at the table. And as I listened, I interjected every once in a while, and I tried to interject in such a way to facilitate rather than to provoke the spirit that probably was still lingering within the room, or lingering within him, or lingering within me. And I think it was successful, because we did not devolve into that type of exchange that was observed earlier. And I think part of the reason for that was because of sacrifice. I sacrificed something. I sacrificed a way of behaving. There are plenty of things that I could have said or interjected, perhaps something that I disagreed with, but it wasn't so much that I disagreed with anything that he was saying. Certainly there is always room for that spirit to interject and be contrary, but the contrary just at the time, thankfully, did not seem to be anything that would provide me with a better understanding, because he was explaining something to me that was interesting and useful, and there was no need to interject. Now, of my behavior at the time, of what I had said, I think there were some useful things and other things that were not useful. At the time, I think I was very desirous of saying something useful so that we can really have something productive, or at least, if he's going to keep on going on the path that he's on, to prompt him forward and try to get him to open up such that he feels satisfied with the information that he's sharing. He feels that he is heard and accepted, but it is not just being heard and accepted, but it is being heard and accepted such that the conversation takes on a particular type of spirit. It is not just an arbitrary spirit, because there's I'm sort of probably demonstrating this at this moment. Anybody can talk about anything, and it can have a particular way about it. We can say that a spirit can be manifest of it, But in order to invite this Spirit in, we must make a sacrifice. We must make the decision that we are going to behave in a particular manner such that our interaction and our speech has a particular way about it. Now, this way I consider to be important, certainly. And it is something that can be achieved through sacrifice. And there are plenty of things further that I can say about sacrifice. Many of us sacrifice our time, perhaps our labor, doing something that we don't particularly enjoy, and yet we do it so that we can have some monetary remuneration, so that downstream we can afford a particular lifestyle or provide for those who we care about. And in that sense, this sacrifice is a giving up of something that is valuable. Our time is certainly valuable. And I would say that we do expect something in return for our sacrifices. But the return doesn't always have to be completely, what can one say, hollow. Because one can say that a sacrifice for remuneration can be quite hollow depending on what you use it on. For money is just a medium of exchange after all. A good sacrifice is a sacrifice for something that we would use towards positive ends. To do justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. Now, I think we face a trick question here that I mentioned at the outset, that sacrifice, justice, and judgment are connected. We have already explored how judgment leads into what is just and unjust. I think likewise, judgment leads into sacrifice. For we have to make a determination before we can make that almost final step of being decided. Sacrifice seems like it is a mode of being, a type of commitment to a particular idea or thing that we give up towards something higher, perhaps for something, or so that we may be in a particular manner. And so why exactly do I say that this is a trick question? It's not quite a question, but we can certainly pose it as a question. Why is justice and judgment more acceptable to the divine Logos than sacrifice? Again, it is not because sacrifice is not acceptable. It certainly is. We're talking about greater than. Justice and judgment is greater than sacrifice in terms of acceptance. And I think what the proverb is trying to get us to consider is a sacrifice that precedes judgment and justice. For a sacrifice that precedes justice and judgment is a sacrifice from pure desire, from pure want. And I suppose I made a degree of that error just now and earlier when I discussed that we sacrifice for something, which is in some sense true and in some sense not true. Because it is not necessarily that we sacrifice for our own selfish desire, but rather that we sacrifice for our relationship to the divinity, or that which brings us closer to something outside of ourselves. And sacrifice in absence of judgment and justice is just some selfish pursuit. And for my understanding, I think that is where I will come to rest. And so I'm going to end this episode here and continue next time with verse 4.